Hello, hello. Good time of day, everyone. And waking up a little bit better. We'll see how this goes, though, but without further ado. But So, I have everything in here for rigging. Haven't set up anything yet. So we get the standard biblically accurate look going on. So, just to start off, throw the standard warp deformer on everything. Or art mesh, sorry. And I did, because I realized after I said it several times, did forget to get the side ties on there, so I'll have to rig that into that. But let's do a little housekeeping to begin with. Get all these into proper groups. And hello. Just for standard organization. Like, I think we will be using Z quite a bit, because as I said yesterday, I want to have, I guess I almost want to call it cringe, where she leans over and she turns head and it'll go down a little bit. I think that'll be interesting to try for. I mean, also we have to figure out how the heck the tail works, which I'm going to cheat on a lot. We don't need eye smile. I don't care if defaulting stuff yells at you for it anymore. XY we do need. Browse Y we do need. Angles we don't. If we were going to be using angles, we would be using them off the smile so that they would automatically match with the smile form. To the void. Form, same reason. Malform we will be using a lot. We're going to need a voice O, which goes from 0 to 1. Bop. Cheek we don't need. We can throw it away. These we will reuse, though the back hair won't be getting a lot because it's so short. I forget she has long hair on that costume. I don't think so, though. Anyways. Hi. Wait, ref shouldn't be in there. And this will be mouth. I think we should also set up toggles too while we're at it, because it will have to come up for at least panic. Derived. Okay, so panic. Surprise. Ram surprise from 0 to 1. I guess we should have a cap on. 0 to 1. Top. 0 to 1. I'm going full out on being able to turn off parts. Bottom. Tights. And shoes. So that covers all clothing, I think. Might as well be thorough if I'm going through all of it. I don't think there's anything else. I didn't make any other expressions. I did not go the full. I'm doing my free 4 on here. Ooh. And because it's funny in black mode or in dark mode, if I turn this gray, it turns white. I suppose the accessory. There we go. 1 second. Anchor. Anchor. Fish. Hairpiece. Fish. Hairpiece. Bobber. Leg piece. cover. Click, piece. And that should cover about everything. Also, we can see the glorious problems that come from stuff being on top of each other. Now, this is appearing not because these two edges are touching, but because we have two things on top of each other. This lighter white is because of the skin underneath. You can tell because this is slightly darker here. And this is the bane of my existence. The real mess you always see it on is the eyes, because I have so much stuff just almost overlapping, but not quite. And you get the micro sub-pixel problems that shouldn't be arising, which is why I make everything so big. Mouth has it too, to a degree. But these go away once I start having them properly swapped, so they don't have multiple up at the same time. This this may or may not go away if I properly, how should I put it? If I properly turn off the legs. We'll have to see. It looks like I will have to, otherwise this is just going to stick out on the tights, which is a pain, but oh well. And just to begin with, I want to get rid of the green, so what we're going to do, shade neck, we grab this. We look for where the heck I have the neck shade, right there. I do this. I set you to 0 opacity. As you can see, we have two colors going on, therefore it's working. Might adjust that later, but I just don't want the blinding green going on. And then we go down here. I guess I'm going to have to do it this way. I am also doing shading for the legs. Shade. So we grab these, grab lower body, got lower body tights, and somehow I get that skirt to bounce up enough that it'll matter. And then we just go down to these two. Go like that. Now, the one fun thing is if taking off the bottom, I'm going to have to yeet that mask to like somewhere up here, or at least where the shading won't be involved. Otherwise, it's still going to be there because, once again, you turn opacity off, the mask still remains. It's useful, but annoying. Whoop, I should hit shift. Okay, I got both you suckers. And as you can see, we got shade now. It'll be better when things like move and all that, but as you see, that didn't fix this problem. But I'll fix that problem. Anyways. Next thing on the list is to get the eyes to look right, so I am going to put the surprised eyes into their own thing. Oops, that's cap locks for cruise control. And then I'm going to have a normal eye group. I'm going to do that by just selecting out here. There we go. And all the way up here. Yep, got that set. Now we can set a toggle. I'll set it at 8 for purposes of I'm actually seeing it happen in the thrashing and posing system so that we can see things go wrong. Okay. Set those two up. And then adjust it so that it's 0.8001 instead of 0.85. Yeah, we don't need that extra 0 there. We only need to go down to, I guess it'd be hundredths. So now, boop, boop. Pick your Lovecraftian horror. Might as well do Panic first because they're the easier ones. I just need to go through the phases of it. Well, no, I guess they're both as bad. I just don't have to do the white stuff in the eye. We'll get there in a second. Right, surprised, eye closed. Left, surprised, eye closed. Right, surprised, open. Room. Left, surprised, open. Okay, and as per usual, I have eye open and eye close at 0.5. I kind of argue if it should go higher or lower. I know my setup is trash. I've seen some people use my models and then not like always have eyes open. They'll close sometimes. So I think it works out at this level. If I were doing like, you know, proper models, I'd be able to get away with like having it at 0, but yeah, not so much of this. With them instantly start opening. I mean, I could put even more gradient in there and it'd look a lot better, but it'd take hours to make any eye open blinks. Okay, now that we got that. Right, surprise, or surprised, almost closed. I'm breaking these up so that I don't have to have 1/2 params on there. It really doesn't matter. Maybe there's some optimization things, but yeah. Right, surprised, mostly open. But I find having multiple blinking or multiple turning on and off in a single parameter suck, which I say as I plan to do for the tail. Left, surprised, almost closed. Yeah, I've seen it come up that you can tell when a rigger sets up for Asian clients and when they set up for like European clients or Caucasian clients, because the eye parameters are all screwy. But mostly it's like I just have bad setup. Speaking of which, I should probably turn on the light. Not that it matters, but no, my setup is bad webcam. If I had the thing with like iPhone and why iPhone is such the superior right now is because Apple has a patent on LiDAR face scanning, and nothing else could use it, but Apple uses it. So like literally, you could be running your model in the dark because it's using LiDAR to scan your face. It's physically probing distance instead of trying to figure stuff out from photon data. Well, physically, as much as LiDAR can. Left, surprised, eye mostly open. Okay, let's get into this. So these are all going to be triggering at the same point. These are just going to have something else on them. I'm going to just do that straight on the art meshes because I don't want to deal with it. This should be a 2. Yeah. And, I mean, there was a discussion a while ago about, like, should people be messing with live 2D stuff? To the parameters in VTuber Studio? The answer is pretty much yes, but you don't want to touch the output side, which I will say I do, but I kind of don't have a choice because it doesn't see my mouth is fully closed ever, or eyes fully closed for that matter. So I have to set like the output, the bottom of the output to like negative 0.15 for it to do anything reasonable. That said, it's really hard to tell when your eyes are closed properly when you have to close your eyes. What? Oh, wait, run. Okay, we have that set. Yeah, that's it. Okay, let's cinch these up. Looking all right. I didn't do any sort of testing on this. I have a new way to do the testing, which I like so much, but let's do this at 4.5. Because I figured out how you can actually link cells in Sprite. It didn't occur to me I could do it like this, so I think I did show them the other week, but yeah, it's the perfect way to actually test stuff as long as, because you can even edit it and it'll update the original. Okay. It works. Okay. Boop, boop. Grab these, throw them over to the proper one. And then I'll work on the other eyes, which will take a minute. Change. Right eye open. Make sure she winks. Cool. And over to horror. Can change that down. Now we do the same thing we did last time. We group these up. Now we just have two sets of eyelashes because I have a smile version of the eyelashes for anime, you know, two seagulls. Whoops. Sorry. I clicked too many things. Right, closed. So we have the happy one and the normal one because technically when you close your eyes, the shape goes into a downwards pointing round. But yeah. I'll show that in a minute. Left closed. Or left eye closed. And now for the million things I have to select for the open versions. Because it's literally everything. Pop. Right eye open. The difference is between this and panic is that I'll have to deal with the masking of the white of the eye to the eye itself. And I'll also have to be squishing them so they don't interfere with the other frames. Kind of sucks, but one step at a time. Okay, squish, squish. Right now, we just have to get them opening. As always, just rig them to... One second, something's wrong here. No, that's set up right. No, okay, it's fine. I was just seeing these close together. I'm like, huh. It feels like that there's too much space between them. Anyways, get back to this. So left eye. Because they're exactly the same. I can do this. They're the same width. For some reason, VTuber Studio goes to 2.1. But Live 2D has a default at 1 max. No idea. But you could use the bonus, I guess you would say, from the 1 Plus to use for surprises. I do occasionally. Okay, set this to 0 on this side. Set this to 0 on this side. The cat can blink now. We add the end caps so that it actually, the keyframes continue across there. 0.051. And now those are basically together. I might as well do this right now because I know what I use for the smile value. By smile, I mean mouth form, which is detecting how much you smile. A frown is negative. So, okay, let's see. 0.3. Okay. Normal turns off at above 3. So we have that smile. And happy turns off at this one, so we have it go down. It just adds a little bit to it. If I really wanted to, I could add a You know, the standard super happy setup on there. Or even the XD, or the, yeah, well, XD. It's like that. But for right now, we have this. Okay. Anyway, let's open those eyes. Going to do the same thing I did before, but now the we'll get into this in a second, where we have to start squishing some of these whites down, because the masking of the eye does not care that these are turned off. So they have to be squished or otherwise moved out of the location, or they're always going to be showing up, even with the eye like basically almost closed. The full eye will be displaying the mask for that. I shouldn't say most, but I believe a lot of actual riggers just use actual eyelids to cover like any pupil shenanigans. But I don't, or iris shenanigans, I guess it would be. But I choose the path of being silly. I mean, I make it so much easier for myself if I did just cover them up and had one standard eye open, but I've ran into issues. Right, almost closed. Right, mostly open. And because of this setup, I have some weirdness going on where these... Yeah. Right full only. Right almost closed. And mid. Because I'm reusing the bottom eyelash going up for some of them, which throws a wrench into it, but yeah, it's just 5 more minutes of work. Left almost closed. Left mostly open. The names don't matter besides me finding them later, which is why they're utter trash. Because I'll remember them. Because I made them. That's a lie, I'll forget them. Left, mid, and almost. Left full only. So let's grab the top eyelashes and get them set up. So this whole thing turns on at this point. So we're going to be going to this, which I have at 2. So boop, go out here, put something at 2, put at something at 2.5. I did grab the other side. Yep, I did. Let's grab the almost closed ones. Set 0 to this side. And now we're giving her bedroom eyes. I mean, given how she works, that probably wouldn't be the worst thing. Cleany cat won't let you go to sleep. 0.201. Okay, now we have that switch over. As you can see, like, all the whites are still there. And the problem arises, as I said before, with the masking. Even if I turn this to 0 and have this mask to it, it's still going to show all this up. It's going to, like, the mask is going to work at this point up, but yeah, one step at a time. Now for the mid and almost closed. 1 second. Still working stuff out of my system. Okay, for the mid and almost closed, let's see, 4 and 4, 5. Turn that off here. Said we turn that off here. .401. Okay. And for the only full open. I would be rigging these with the actual eyes, but or the other eyelashes, but I'm not going to be making a folder for those. I have enough folders right now. Or not folders, I guess they'd be nodes in the hierarchy, but just thinking of them as folders makes it easier for my brain. It looks odd, right? Oh, because I don't have the other eyelashes. There's only the bottom part was moving, and that seems like weird because it is weird. Right is above left. And we put these in at 4 and 4, 5. Oh, we didn't cinch them. That's probably also why. So mid turns off on the right side. Yeah, there we go. And full turns off at the left side. All to give the illusion that things are moving. I'll grab them again. .401. Makes a little more sense, but I have something in here that I am messing up on. One of these is sitting at the 5, and I don't know which it is. Do I have something in the panics that are doing that? They have to be on the open side. What are you set to? Oh, you're set to 4, 5, not 4. Let's change that just so we could keep them in line, and I could stop being paranoid that I messed something up. It's very little difference. Like, I wouldn't even notice it on the main thing, because I'm not privy to what parameters are going on at any given time. Unless the Chuba decides for some bizarre reason to show the VTuber Studio parameters. Stranger things have happened. Excuse me for 1 second, I'll be right back. All right. Where was I? Ah, yes. Once again, this strange, bizarre requirement of you having to click on a different cell pops up. Okay. Is there anything left on the eyelashes I need to fix? It doesn't look like it. Now then comes some of this. By this, I mean trying to figure out where the heck the proper things to mask to are. There we go. And now, grab both the, not the almost close. Let's start with the full, because that makes the most sense. So these will only be active until 0.4. Once they hit 0.4, these are going to have to shrink. And I think about right there should be fine. I could just also yeet them up past the top of her head and it won't matter. I don't know if there is any benefit to doing that, but it is what it is. I don't need to worry about these, or about this one overlapping with the full open, because, well, it's just going to overlap with it. It's like, oh no, it says to do it twice. I think we're at 2s for this. Yep, we're at 2s. But at this point, we have to shrink it down. Because as you can see, like right now, you got this little edge, because that's where the white is for the mid. But we shrink this down. Bring it down a little bit just to be sure. And we're good to go. The almost closed ones we don't need to bother with at all, because the entire group will be turned off. And if you're not showing the eyes, there's no point in squishing it. Okay. Now that I have all that set up, I can move them over to start being able to wink. I just literally grab all these suckers. And go, you're on right eye open. Oh, I missed one. As you can see, that's twitching right there. So that would be mostly open. Yeah, those two. Change, and you're on right eye open. Cool. Now, I don't usually need to do, I could just rig these off the mesh right now, but I think I'm going to be the good boy and rig them off a warp. Usually do it this way so that if I have other things such as like heart eyes and all that, I could just have them live in that mesh and just move around. It makes it easier. Otherwise, I'd have to re-rig it for every single eye below it. Okay. Just a relatively simple. Make her look left. It's a little too far for my taste. Trying to line them, I will never get them perfect, and I will hate that I can't, but until the pixels are properly respected by live 2D and cubism, there's not much I could do. Okay. And for the upside, I can't go completely wild because I have to respect the fact that, like, the mids are like that. The almost closed are like that. So I'll go off the mid. And I think that should be close enough. Okay. Got all that. We synthesize the corners so I don't have to do a lot of work on the corner tweens. Okay, we look left, we look up. Is that... well... just because I should always try to have it be round, I will move these suckers over 1 pixel. Okay, now that I did that, I will flip it over to the other side. Cool. That should cause a little bit of round... I need to move it down 1 pixel to get that roundness. Okay. Make a liar out of me. There. Now when it transfers over to the middle, it looks like it's turning a little bit. I could like squish it and do a bunch of warpy stuff, but this is trying to emulate pixel work or PS1 models. That's kind of what I go for. Anyways, so that side. So let's move you over a pixel, and I guess I'll have to move you up a pixel as well. So over a pixel. Up a pixel. Flip you across. Cool. Let's throw this into the Posomatic. Just see if anything looks weird. It looks very weird because the mouths are still, all of them are on at the same time. Links are working. Can we get a panic? I have to wait for RNG to give me a panic. If I really wanted to go ham, like when these go over, I could skew them a little bit to force there to be some more roundness, but pixels. There we go. Well, at least the blink works for that. Okay, enough wasting time. On to the mouths. So first off, we're going to have a closed mouth group. I can't spell. I know, shocker. And then we're going to have the open mouth group, which is literally everything else. And then we're going to have the ophonic group. And then the not ophonic group in this tower of power. It gets funny when I have multiple phonics, because I just keep going. It's the only thing that makes sense to me, unless I want to do rigging on a multi-dimensional parameter setup, and that's just painful to me. I don't know if it's less efficient. I haven't run issues, and this thing's like 5 years old. Or no. No, I think it might be only 3, now that I think of it. Yeah. Anyways. Or, yeah, we'll just call it mouth open. And these will be divided up into middle, mid open, or no, full open, and mid open. Then I will do the emotional stuff over it. Okay. Mouth closed, mouth open. Get in here, go down here, find the open part, 0.5. So, once again, closed on that side, open on the other. Add key points or else it's going to just freak out later and just disappear. Which I guess would be useful for some things. One sec, table's squeaking. Okay. There we go. So, now we have over here, for the ophonics, I used to keep them like any amount would trigger it. I think it's much better on the upper ends, so I do it like at 90, 80. Let's just go with 80. Nobody's going to use it. So this turns on over here, turns off over here. This turns off over here. Turns on over here. So now we have normal mouth, O mouth. There's 5 phonics that is tracked by Live 2D. Some people do mouths based off of just like having the forms, i.e. the smile or not. But you can throw phonics in there if you want to make it more painful. I guess you would just be using that seems like one of the best options for using blend shapes, because it's basically Instead of having how to put it. It's basically n-dimensional tweening, except it's you don't have to set them all up yourself. You just do them like one parameter at a time. But that's possibly a little doesn't make sense to most people. Anyways, mouth open. So the mid's kind of like what I'm doing. The other one will be at 4. Actually, no. Since I don't have an almost open, I'll put that at 3. Otherwise, the mid is going to like only show up for No, I guess it's fine. I like to have some amount of evenly spaced stuff. That's just my deal. Okay. So, full turns off on this side because it's not full anymore. Probably also. There we go. Mid turns off on this side. Can't tell because full is on top of it in the hierarchy. So now, go like that. Last step for this mess is, and I think I'm going to do it this way because, as I said before, I don't want to do, I don't want to do parameters that basically have a gap on both sides. It happens, but I don't want to do it. Right? Does my table need WD-40? I did a bit of cleaning the other day, and clearly I moved something, so now it's perpetually squeaky. There we go. Mid-mouth, neutral smile. Mid-mouth frown. Technically, I think HoloLive does have a lot of forms set up on there. I think the biggest one was like Gura watching some awards show, and you got to see her make a frown without it being like, this is a bit, I hit the button. So I think it is set up on there. It's just set up really low, so it doesn't happen that often. Mouth. Or full mouth. Neutral smile. Which, I mean, makes sense. The generic anime girl is, you know, perpetually this. Like what Mocha's doing. Mouth full frown. And I kind of do too rig it at that level. What I mean is that I have frown and normal be at like -4. And I have the smile be at like +3. Though usually if you're puppeting this, you're smiling and you're putting on a bit of an act anyway, so it's not like it's going to trigger. But I like the option. And you could always just put in a emotion setup where you just force the mouth to be set to like 0 or -5 or whatever. So this is smile neutral, so we want it on this side to be 0. And all the frowns be 0 on this side. Can't tell because, once again, the mid and smiling version are higher on the list, so therefore they are drawn first, or drawn last. So -0.401. Now, for the last one, which I am just going to do raw on the warp mesh, because nobody could stop me. Turn off on this side. And turn off on this side. Bop, bop, bop. .301. Now let me just click the anchor. There we go. Now you can see it actually transition through these. And the basic idea I had with this one is that for neutral and full, the mouth just expands. I should probably have actually had a little bit of the mouth lip going up. But technically, very technically, though it doesn't happen on anime, is that the top lip doesn't move because that's your top jaw. Or that's your, yeah, the top part of your jaw, which is, or no, the top part of your mouth is part of your skull. The actual skull, not the jaw. And the jaw is the only part that flaps while the rest of it kind of just stays in place. Unless you really pull back your mouth muscles, which I mean, like anime characters are notorious for over-expressing. Because it gets the point across better. Okay, there we go. Now then, I can start doing the not-so-fun stuff. Which is putting all these into groups. And then starting to figure out all the tilted stuff. Speaking of which... shoulder X. I think I also have a shoulder Y for this one. I thought Mwocha had a lot more tilt, or a lot more wiggliness in her setup, but she doesn't. So I'm free to do whatever I want. Or make it stiff. But I don't make anything stiff. I don't know if I'll need the hips so much. I think I'll put a little bit in because it's just cute. And I think I'll kind of skip on arm raise today because there's a very big reason I don't want to mess with arm raise today. Because the top is asymmetrical and messed up. Okay. We have that mostly set up. Now I grab everything for the head, which isn't bad because I don't have long hair today. Boop. Then we get the cap. Then we get the hair cap. We get the face dots. Oh, I don't have a masking head. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be tilting it that much today. We're going to grab the neck mask too, though we might have to do some weirdness with that. We're going to put that into head warp, which we'll probably rename later. And because I don't want this being skewed when I have like stuff move around on the body that this is going to be contained in, this is going to have a head position, which is just going to be a point that will sit in the other warps, so it doesn't do like... If I have this part like tilt a little bit and compress, doing so would also affect the head. So like this little chunk down here might get pulled down and it won't look nice. But by putting this into a rotational, it doesn't apply any transformation because this is just a pointal location. There's no information it can transfer to the rest of it. Like this will get tilted and turned and I can compensate all day long, but it won't get like squished. Any part of it will not get squished. It'll just move around and tilt, which is perfectly fine. Okay, now I have to grab the neck part. Bop, bop. You live inside there. Neck warp, which will probably become tilts and yada yada later. And then once again, neck positional. I'll mess with the warp sizes later, but same rationale as before. And also I might get double use out of this and have it be for like rotation, but honestly I'll probably use this and just like pick like right here and then flip it. So I like to do my rotations not off the center, but off like the sides. because that's more how the neck muscles work. Anyway, we got that. Let's do the top part of the body, which will include the neck positional. The outfit comes to the top of the body. It's just how it goes. And we don't need that. Body top, bikini strap, collarbone. Trying to think if there's anything else. We can add it later because the warp should at least cover it. Body top warp. Yeah, I think I'll be making a positional for this as well. Because as I said, I want this to tilt down a little bit. And I can't have it tilt down if it's fighting against whatever the middle is doing. Because if the middle tilts as well, it'll squish this, and then I have to do a lot more figuring out. So, body top positional. And this can just go in the middle, like down here. Actually, no, like right about here. This extends a lot over the middle, so yeah. Anyways, the middle part isn't going to be too bad because there's nothing on the middle except the belly. Body middle warp. All the way down. Body middle positional. This one I actually need a little bit of because if I try to have a tilt forward and it's like cascading all the way up, it just doesn't look good. I've tried it. Probably can be figured out, but I haven't. I'd be a pleb at it. Body lower, bikini ties, body lower, yep. Body lower, warp. And I don't need to bother with positional because I am not going to have the legs connected because there's just too much work for me. That said, the elephant in the room for this is why didn't I do arms? Because arms are their own thing, and I will be putting them in as a positional and slapping them in here, but it didn't matter when I did it. So first off, going to just grab them all. Arm warp. And then arm warp position. And going to drag this about up to where the shoulder blade is. And then I could just drop this in the middle. Or I mean not in the middle, in the upper part. So in this body top warp, you get to live in there. Do what thou wilt. It is the whole of the law. Then we got what's left over, which is legs, which is a heck of a lot. Because of all the tights. Oh! I missed you. Oh, 1 second. Am I going to need to remake... No, actually, because that's like smaller than everything. It's fine. Unless I forgot the twin tails. I forgot the twin tails. Here's how I rectify this. I grab both of these. All three of these, it looks like, because I was silly. Actually, let's open you up. Body lower. Okay, there's the head and the rest of it. So I could just grab these three. And I just drop you in here. Now with that done, because this head warp Actually, yeah, no, I can't use it because it sticks out past there. The problem comes from this will over move because this is now smaller than this, so how to put it? It does the same effect to everything in here based on the moving. Like, it's all proportional. Like, this moves like a couple pixels this way. It will then figure out how far this is from like here and move it even more because it knows it's outside the bounding box. And it's just not great. So how I fix this? It's really terrible. You see I select everything already in it. And then I just call it head warp. I create that. And I just drag this up to here. Since... Why? I drag this onto this. There we go. It didn't click and went, oh, okay, you want it outside of there? And then I delete the last one. Now this covers everything, and I don't have to worry about stuff moving in ways I wouldn't expect it. Because it only moves the way you expect if it's inside of here. Otherwise, it's overestimating. Anyways. Pop, pop, pop. We were on to legs before I found that. And leg warp. Which will probably come something else in 5 minutes. But for now, it's like this. You will be the base one I work off of because you have slightly larger hitbox because of this 1 pixel over here. It doesn't matter if the warp is bigger than what you're working on. It just matters that it covers it entirely. And what I want to do is I want to flip the way that this leg works over to this leg so that they're doing the same motion and I don't have to by hand redo everything. Because I'll have the little, you know, like these go together when she dips down a little bit because I find that cute and I like having it. That's all I need to know. That's all I need to say on that. Like up here for the arms and why it would be such a pain to work with is that for one, this extends over it, so I'd have to do work on the top in order to mirror both sides, which I might do a little bit of because I like the arms moving. I might just have, you know, only the bottom parts move a bit, but yeah, we'll see. As I said, mostly I want like this head to dip down in like a giggle. That would be my main want of this. Or I just have like a head dip down on the body position Z, which I would rig to face position Z, which is how close you are to the camera, which I'm doing right now, but the scrib model has nothing on it for Z. The scrib model is really plain because I did it in 5 minutes, or like 10 minutes. Because I realized I needed to go to sleep. Okay, anyways. Let's just do a bit of pickup so that I can stop staring at this being bad. And this is a perfect time to do these. Okay, so right upper leg. Right upper leg. Go boom. Left upper leg. Now these are just going to be toggles, so I don't need to worry about them being duplicated because all they're going to do is turn on and off, and they're going to be affected by whatever's underneath them. Now, changing their warp divisions in order to mimic what's going on here, yeah, I might need to do some changing, but I could deal with that later. Right lower leg. right now, I just want to grab these so I can have the tights toggle properly set up. Left lower leg. So, bop, bop. Yeah, I might as well grab them all. Gotta grab them all. So, tights is on by default. I'll put it at 80 down here. So, legs will only turn on the other side. So, I put this at 0. And as you can see, that stupid line disappeared. Which was the whole goal of this. Please clap. So I solved one problem. Probably created 3 others, but you know how it goes. And on this side, we have bare thighs. Whoops, I hit that too early. Okay, so I grab everything again. I hit the button. Oh wait, I forgot the lower body one. 1 second. So, I turn this off. Oh, I don't have the shade legs set up right. 1 second. I think I don't have the shade set up. No, I do have the shade set up for that one. I just didn't have it for the bare legs. So I go in here, I look for the annoying green. That's why I do it, is so I could actually pick it out in there. And we have the same shade go on in here now. Now let me look underneath lower body so that I could find... There we go. I can't spell. This is basically going to be all connected in one thing. So, lower body. It also includes the ties, which I'm going to have to turn off when the skirt goes on, because, you know, they kind of are there. And I'll show a little bit more. 1 second. Okay, that's properly set up. Now then, grab these, go all the way down here. You're turned off on this side. There's like a 99% chance I don't need to actually care about this. But, do it right or don't do it. Unless, you have other pressing issues. 0.801. Wait. Oh, I put them on the same side. No? Oh, yeah, because the tights don't go all the way up. Gotcha. Okay, so these always need to be on. Never mind. I did not make them... Okay, cool. We should be fine. Unless there's a line on there, in which case I'll revisit it and probably just copy-paste some stuff. Also, this needs to turn off when the tights go on. Because I just literally, they're part of the art mesh. Because the tights go on, they don't stick out. So, you see, on this side, they vanish now. Okay. Let's get the skirt into a group. Skirt group. So that we could do this. Once again on the 8. You turn off on this side. Oh no, something's doing something. 0.801. See, I solved the problem by just squishing them in. Is there... we do have some of the edging going on here. This is an easy fix. 1 second. Ba-ba-ba. So, I can't spell anything correctly. So what we need to do... Whoops. Let's grab anything that isn't part of this. From body lower, which I spelled completely wrong. No, I don't want... Oh my god. What it's trying to do is trying to copy the whole layer because I clicked on the layer last. When you know I'm doing stuff outside of here. So I need to click on this. Say I'm in this layer. Click back in here. What the heck is that? 1 second. Oh, that's interesting. Does the normal body... Oh, I forgot to get all the way up there, that's why. My bad. Anyways, where was I? So I grab this. I grab the body lower. Click back into here. I hit copy. I hit paste. Now we have all that in there. Now they're matching, except that this has, you know, that whole bit. Now we go into the shaded version, which probably won't matter. There we go. Okay, we click on this, we go back down here, we click back into here so we don't do weirdness, because what it loves doing, and we're fine. And I'm going to pop away for a second so that I can export this and re-upscale it. First, I'm going to check to see what the heck I upscaled it as. I'm thinking times 16. I could be wrong. If I disappear, it's because I'm loading up too much. Okay, I just need to hit scale image. 7168. Yeah, it's probably times 16. Anyways, I'm not showing anything on screen. I am not. I'm hitting the magical export tool, which tells me every location it's touching. Hey, image, scale. We put that number in for width, and it'll automatically make height because I'm keeping it proportional. XY resolution 300. It almost says it's a gig. That's good stuff. Cool. And then we hit overwrite the old one. Alrighty then. So let me turn on the screen again. Bop. Bop. Okay, we're going to zoom out. We're going to drag this over into here. Pixel Summer Mwocha, which I have spelled wrong. In one of these, at least. Okay, replace the texture and hope this doesn't explode. You can always undo. Okay. So first, let me see. Nope, that's not what I want. These two, I'm going to have to art mesh by hitting standard. Yep, we're good to go. So now these two can be on the glorious ride that is turning on and off based on if we need tights or not. So if we don't need tights, you're on. If we need tights, you're gone, and that line goes away. All is good in this world. Okay, cool. Anyways, skirt. And if tights are off, we have the little side ties. They're not the best, but I don't have a lot of pixels to work with. Anyway, let's put that back on. Now then, for top, you are all getting your own rotate. These are all getting their rotates so they never get deformed, unless I want them to. Because metal doesn't deform easily. And if it does, it basically just tilts. A lot of extra effort, I know, but yeah, why not? The time script. Okay, so we have all those. Grab all of them. And then grab every part of that, and we will make body clothing, or no, blouse body group, and then we'll put this on the toggle. I'm doing all this right now so that I can like turn it off to evaluate what the heck is going on. Okay, and then we need to do the same thing for the arms and gloves. Maybe I should, you know, like have gloves. I should put these in their own groups first. Okay. First off, grab everything on the right side. Just isn't much. I didn't go full hog on make it do things. So right arm warp. Okay, I'm going to take this. I'm going to copy paste it. Call it left arm warp. And I'm going to do a flip horizontally. So it's on this side. Exactly the same as it would be. Now, I would be more pressed to do that later, but I'm doing it now just so there isn't any weirdness. I don't want to find out I did something and it just got weird. Okay, anyways. So on the top. Turn off on this side. Oh, it looked really weird for a second because this is... It looked like there's a hole right there, but there isn't. It's just her hair. Okay. Cool. Now then, I might as well get this on its own thing. Right. Oh, I didn't set up the... Yeah. I'll do it in a second. Right leg group. Its name will change depending on what I work with at first. And then we copy pasta. We do a flip. Then we name it left leg. It'll make more sense once I have actual parameters on it. Right now, it's just to make sure everything is the same size. So I don't start cursing later when I do something. But while I'm here, and while I notice that, oh yeah, I have a million tight parts on just the feet. Because I forgot I did that. This isn't the model that I've gone the most extra on for no good reason. Okay, so this side, we're on this side to turn off. I might have actually finished it yesterday, you know, if I wasn't hacking up stuff. I should turn these off. I should. Oh, I put that at 0.9, not 0.8. There we go. And these are set up. These are set up. Okay, while I'm here, I should also turn shoes off. Okay. Why is it flipped around and, like, down here left is above right? Anyways. There we go, feet bros. The dogs are out. Okay. Turn shoes on and off. Turn that on and off. Turn tights on and off. Cap, yes. Could take on... I should just make a group for this. Cap. Group. Basically, it's going to be stapled to head, but maybe I put a little bit of physics. Oh, wait. I need to grab the ribbons. Boop, boop, boop. These parts are going to have physics on them. Cap itself, I don't know if I'll have any deformation or not, but we'll see. So, turns off on this side because her default setup is not being half naked. Well, I don't know if you'd say she's half naked. I mean, there's very little left to the imagination. Okay. Oh, I should also fix that. So remember what I said? This will have the weird mesh. It still has the weird shade being there when it shouldn't be. So what I have to do... I think these have to be on the individual one because I'm going to have this basically bound to this, and this will have weird physics movements on the y-axis. So yeah, this has to be put on here. So when the bottom is taken off, this is stupid, but this is what needs to be done. These are going to be yeeted all the way up here, so you no longer have shade because there's no skirt. I can't turn them invisible because turning them invisible doesn't do anything. There like needs to be a super invisible or like opacity to mask or something that I can work with. So I turn that off and it goes away. Just as you expect. Okay. You know, I need to have chest physics. I mean, you need to have them. They aren't very big, but they are there. And I do chest X and chest Y because I am some strange pervert, it seems. In the sense of how I rig things. Honestly, most is just like done up and down for the actual jiggle physics. And the other part is just like literally the tilt. They don't have left to right jiggle physics for the most part. It's up and down. That's where you expect it to be, but yeah, I just do it with both directions. Okay. Have all this set up. What's the next part? Could figure out the madness of the tail. I think that's going to be the biggest problem with this. Head tilt might even be cheaper in time to do. So let's go to pain. So first off, this needs to be attached to body. I'm going to make a tail group. But once again, this needs to be on a positional so that I can just not have it be deformed all the time. And you can go like right about here. And then you can go, I guess it would be on lower. That only makes sense. That's body middle. Wait, did I not stack lower? Yeah, I didn't stack it in there. Okay. 1 second. Oh, I turned, that's why. Oop, there you go. The tower power is working. Now, I'm going to have this rigged on breath. Okay. Stalling. He's stalling. And I'm going to be putting a position like right down here. And then for the first bit, we have from left to right. So this is going to be in the middle. That's going to complicate things. Oh well, on to glory or madness. It doesn't matter which. Oh wait, I need to... Oop. And I can't... Oh, I can't flip this. Should I do this the cheap way and just use rotates? Let's go with it for now. Okay, so we rotate from up here. Wait, who still has this? Okay, you go away. So this side, I'm going to say this side is rotating to the right. So let's start there because that's technically where the model starts with. So we pull this counterclockwise a bit. To -16, sure. Then on this side, we put +16. Now, this one... Tail deform. I'm going to create a new parameter and call it fake breath. Specifically so I can have a 0 negative. Okay. This is just so I can mirror it across, and then I'm just going to squish it down to fit in breadth and move it over. So I am going to do a bit of just standard, my silly rotations. Turn it a little bit. Turn it a little bit. I really want a hotkey. Turn it a little bit. And a little bit distortion is good for the stole. Not really, but it works for this. Looks good. And then we motion the mirror. The mirror has motion, so it's doing this now. Now, also, I should probably have this slide. There we go. This should, like, slide out like this. Knew this was going to be an issue if it being built on that. It might be fine. I can also, you know, oh wait, I have this backwards, don't I? Well, I think that's good enough for figuring that part out, so now we adjust this to 0.5 and then 0. See, it all moves all. I was going to say it moves it all, but you know, it didn't move the -1. There we go. Nope. Breath, breath, there's breath. Ugh. I guess I have to counter it. I think this is a little further out than I want it to be. The idea is good. It's just a little more. -48. This might do it. Yeah, that's perfectly good. It's a little over to this side, but that is what the original art is, so I consider it a win. I might want to add some physics to there. But now that I've done all this, it's time to make it painful and have it be linked to mouth form. And what's that going to do for this? Well, you see at the 2.5 and this, when it's up like this, I'm going to copy this one, Go over to here. Put it in. Copy this one. Over here. Put it in. And... oh, what the heck? Control Shift. I don't know what I was doing. Okay. Control Shift C. Control Shift V. Control Shift C. Control Shift V. I don't know if this is going to work out all right. But also on this one, malform. Put in 25s. Put on the 25. Control Shift Z. Control Shift V. This should basically double the movement. Now let me come into here. Oh yeah, because the malform. Like on full, it works fine, but it's when it's like in the middle that it does this weirdness. So I don't think it's going to work. I might need to cut down how far out it goes on the right side. So, okay, let's scrap that idea. It was a worthy shot, but anyways. Now let's just drag this in just a little bit. Also, let's give it a save. To the void with you, Photoshop document files. To the void. A little bit at the end is just weird. Like if it tilted a bit more on this side, which I mean I am and can. You know what? Let's just have it. Yeah, that little bit of pushover just feels odd. As I said before, her tail doesn't go down this far in her actual model. Okay, 1 second. I'm going to change this to just pure... Whoops. Tilting and see how that works. And this is going to be 16. This is going to be negative 48. Negative 90, sure. Nope. Negative 80. Negative 75. It's a little much is what I'm saying. There we go. Feels like maybe it should dip in the middle or something. Yeah, it's just this extend that goes on. It seems like it takes forever. What is causing that? Because... Hmm. Oh, maybe this needs to go like 32. Okay. I knew this was going to be trouble. This is why I did it first. So, if we get rid of everything on here, do we still have that weird slide out? No, we don't. Okay. Negative 32. And this would be 16. Negative 48. Do we have the slide out, the weird slide out now? Yes. That's mostly because it's counteracting. Yeah, okay, I know what's going on. So once it hits the middle point in going this direction, it's just counteracting and being pushed out. So if I don't want to have it, I have like an 8 that I'm doing. Or I don't do any rotates with this. And instead, I just move it a little bit. Rotate seemed like a good idea. Now then, over here I have it do the 16. Over here I have it do the negative 32, because we have to, well, negative 48. It has a little bit of weirdness to it, but it isn't nearly as bad as it was before. And I think I could fix some of it by just, you know, deforming stuff. Or at least making it look better. 1 second. Turn up straight. I'll be messing with this by hand on both sides. Oh well, such is life. So grab the side that it's less likely to Pac-Man on. Tilt it. Get back into middle. Grab a little less. Put it right in here. Tilt it. Okay. Grab all this. Go to this side. And do basically the opposite. Trying to think of how else I could do this in a sane manner. It's not coming to me. I know like rigging like twin tails to emotions works very well, but not so much for doubling the speed of something. Some people do it. Wait, I know how you could do it. You could have multiple rotators at the same point and only some of them activate based on what the malform is at. So you would have some in the middle. Oh, that's a lot of work though, and in the middle stuff it's going to look like crap. That's for a different day, I guess. Oh well. I tried and like the tail is working. But could. That'd make it look like it whips out more too. I mean, why not? One other thing I would want to do, I would like to do on this, but I think I would have to change a few things, would be that a secondary physics, but because there isn't like really a breath physics. I could have it go off of there, but breath only goes from 0 to 1. That said, I think I can adjust it so that... yeah, the main issue is that breath goes from 0 to 1. If I had it going from -1 to 1, I could play with it more, but it going from 0 to 1 does some weirdness. I'd have to think on that part, but, yeah, let's have it tilt a little more to malform. That seems fun. Whoops, don't want it to Pac-Man. I mean, that was the opposite, because that was just stretching out to oblivion, but, same premise. I don't want weird deformations because of that. And I mean, I could make the grid bigger, but I don't think it'll help with this. And then on the other side. At the very least, it'll add some variety. So what's going to deform the most? This side will deform the most. Let's put you right about there. And then grab this part. Main issue is that the tail is asymmetrical, but... what you get. I want to have this thrash a bit just to see what's going on. Okay, so this is frowning, so this is the minimum amount of movement. Can you... okay, so it looks like it... yeah, you can see it turn a bit more. That's smiling, yeah, you can see it curve a bit more. It looks like it's moving slightly faster just because of, well, technically the tip is. I really need to look up how they do that stuff. Okay, good enough for now. Not the happiest, but good enough for now. I'll get to that later. Anyways. So, because I love doing this, it's time to put in the body tilts. Love might be a strong word. It's just, I prefer to do this. I should probably take her skirt off to make sure I don't clip anything wrong. Bottom off. Okay. Now, we are going to set this up on body Y. So when you go down, this part right here will tilt in. Whoops. Little higher. Probably going to have to do a little something here. Okay. So I'm going to have it tilted right here, and I'm just going to deform this a little bit so that it's sane. That tilts in, and I could do the rest here. It's not going to do too much. But for up here, I'm going to need to fix my sins. And put this back together. That looks fine. Okay, so that goes like that. Then for the knee, which is basically to say, grab everything from the lower. That's everything, Scrib. Grab it all. Oh wait, the bobber doesn't go with it. Right lower leg body Y. I'm putting body Y on there, so I have an idea what the heck it's doing in 5 minutes. So this goes out. Oh, never mind. I didn't grab it all. Take all this, drag it out to the void. Thank you for your service. Now grab all this. I had it all before, it's just that I grabbed the bobber too. Or right lower leg body Y. Go like this. And then at the knee right here, so that this can overlap, I'm going to put a rotate. Like right about here. We go like this. We don't have it doing too much weirdness. We have it doing a bit. We should have this like keep in line with like the middle of this, because that's how would I assume the body would move? I'm not a professional animator. Okay, that's fine. Oops. This fine? That's fine. I might have to put physics on this. Crap. Crap. Okay, anyways. So we have that, then we grab the feet. Right bottom foot, body Y. And once again, figure out which side we can get away with tilting, and it'll be this one. So that we can get it level. Like so. I would say I'm not a good rigger. I know a bunch of stupid basics because I can only really use the basics for pixel work, and I just got very quick at these. So like we got a decent amount of movement on this. If I wanted a little more, I could have like this shorten up a little bit. I mean, I might as well show what that would kind of look like. I wouldn't want the parts down here to change as much, but everything in the middle. So let's change this to be a 9 tall divisions. I'm going to select right here. And I'm just going to shrink this up, like so, which looks like crap. So what I'm going to have to do, grab everything down here, and bring it up till it looks about right. So I don't want anything down here to distort. And I could do the stuff where I put a pin in there and all, or I put a positional in there and all that, but it's not going to matter as much because, yeah. Now, does that look bad? Because we're still in the point we can undo it. I don't like it. could possibly make it more subtle. Oh, there we go. But yeah, you'd shrink it. I could go with like maybe just a teensy bit of shrink. Nobody would notice. Bring this up a little bit from the deformation. I think that looks better and it gives me what I want. Also, it's very much linear right now. I could put, I think this will be a bit weird when it goes from 0 to 0, but anyways, let me just try frame interpolation. What this basically does is like, hey, this is supposed to be a round. Yeah, as you see, it goes a little bit weird for this side of it. But for this, it's quite nice. Because it understands it's supposed to be moving in a round path. I mean, some solution to this is just like to do a little something with it. I'm going to just undo that for now. There we go. Because what I'd probably need to do is like move this out a little bit and like extend something in here slightly. And then it'll be like, oh, you're supposed to round it to this, because on there it's like, it doesn't know what to do, so it just like does a little null curve, because it picks a point and says move it out to there, then move it back in a circle. So anyways, now that I have all that, what was the point of it? So I can do this, copy paste, flip it horizontally, don't do anything to the body, rename all these parts to left, and then fix it in there. And then we'll have that little dip, because I'd like to dip. I think it's cute when the girls move. The whole point of having a VTuber instead of a ping tuber. I must oblige. You don't make the girls cute, what's the point? Okay, so I have that transferred into there. I have this transferred into the lower body. And the rest of this goes into feet. So I have... Actually, no. This goes into the lower body, or the lower leg. The rest of this now goes into feet. I'll get to them in a minute. Now, we dip. That's cute. I could possibly make some thigh squish physics, but... Anyways, now that we have that, she kind of floats. Which brings me to the overall body X position. Or Y position. So now the goal is to put the bottom of the shoes there. And then to put the bottom of the shoes there. Up with that local sports team. And it's done. Very hard. Terrible. I should probably put her skirt back on. Some decency. I mean, she is wearing a bikini, so it's stuff stuff to show off, but still. YouTube doesn't like it. Where was I? There it is. So now we have this. I need to fix the bobber so that it has physics on it, and that's going to suck, but... Yeah. Actually, you know what? You know what? I'm not going to physics it because I don't care enough. I'll physics it with the body move X or moving X. Bobber chain body Y compensate. It's just going to fake it. So it goes down here, and all I'm going to do is it's going to instantly rotate because I don't care. Are you up and down right? Good enough. There, now I'm bothered less. Okay. And now, just because I like it, I'm going to do the, let's put this in here first. Head rotate Z. Angle Z. So I like the head tilts. They're kind of my thing. How's the girl going to play stupid on something she obviously knows if she can't tilt her head right? So then we go, eh? What do you mean? And because that looks absolutely terrible without the neck doing it, we're also going to have the neck do it. We'll be down here. Maybe just. Okay, I think I overdid it a little bit on the top part. So let's back up a second. Let's just think back. This is not supposed to be the full rotate script. Once again. Whoops. Wrong thing. Go down here. Just a bit. Mirror it. And have the neck take care of the rest. Cool. Oh, that's what's causing it to look weird. Abort! Abort! So we can't do too much on this or else it disappears behind the neck there. Or behind the, yeah. Let's just go right about here. That's about the max. And we flip it across. And the neck moves. Good enough. There'll be more movement later that'll make it make sense, but for right now, not too much. Okay, so I want to also get with the top moving. Let's call this shoulder X. And I'll have to fix the rest of the stuff up with compensation for shoulder X, but it is what it is. So, first off, where's the middle on this? This is a little asymmetrical. When I say compensate, I literally mean it, because otherwise, that part doesn't move. So, let me think. Do I just want to have it tilt? So here's the options. I have it tilt this way, which keeps everything proportional and all that. Or I have it distort. Yeah, I think tilt was the way. I think that's a no-brainer. Okay, I'm going to push it out a little bit. And then I'm going to tilt it. Then I'm going to flip it. Then I'm going to bop it. I'm going to have to... Is the chest not in there? 1 second. Oh, no, that's part of body middle, because body chest just has the bikini straight onto it. I might have had a little bit underneath it just because. Okay. Also for this, body X, or no, head position, shoulder X. So as it gets more to these parts, I want the head to come down a little bit. I also, cancel. I also wanted to, you know, compensate in the rotation. Maybe a little more to the middle. I mean, she could still tilt her head into it, and it probably will happen. She is supposed to be just a little bratty, if not. She more giggles a lot. Stop it. Okay. Now then, we have to compensate with the body, because that's all getting messed up to heck and back. Body middle. Compensate shoulder X. This tells me that the way I name it is just so I know what's going on. Otherwise, I'm not going to know why the heck I have it named like that. Okay, so this goes out. First off, I'm going to nudge this over a little. Nudge this over a little bit. Then I'm going to distort this. This one I'm going to distort because it's going to give me more room to work with. So I could try like figuring out how to rotate it perfectly, but I could do 90% of this by doing that. I'm going to push this in a little bit. Hit OK. I'm going to grab this and then I'm going to rotate it in. Down here. And then I have to work on the lower body to get this all to work, but also I have to tilt the shoulders possibly. We'll see. We'll see. This might be completely unnatural and I get rid of it and we never talk about it again, except when I keep talking about it because I won't stop talking about it. But that'll be in a minute. Okay, where is the lower body? Oh, yeah. Okay, there it is. Lower body. Yeah, there we go. Lower body shoulder X compensation. And I'm going to just shift a little bit over. And do the rotate, because I think this will be a better case for rotate. I might need to go up a little bit here, but... yeah, I'm going to need to drag in the edge there on the upper one so that this meets up properly. Good enough, though. So as I said, go back into middle body. The body position middle. This part right here. I just need you to squish in this bottom part for me. Actually, break this down just a little bit. Good enough. And motion mirror it. Okay. Also, what probably should be done is that I move the top warp a little bit on this going down. Okay, so we go over here, and then we're going to drop this a few pixels, just to make it look like she's leaning a little bit into it. Let's see how it is in motion before I say it's good enough or I give up on it. Okay, I don't think it looks too bad in motion. It's the problem with just slamming parameters around, is that it just like, yeah, it looks bad. Even here, it should technically look bad, but the sliding is more even and not just fast. And like it picks random points to go to. Okay, cool. I need to add skirt physics. Well, actually, this is pretty much pencil skirt. It's not moving. I'm going to have the pleats move a little bit because it's what I do. But, yeah. It's not the most bouncy skirt. Okay. I guess I will put it in here. Arm up. So we grab the right arm. And all it's going to do is on the down one, it's going to just tilt in a little bit so I don't have to do a lot of readjusting. Okay. Yeah, I understand that. That's what I did yesterday. Well, thank you for joining either way. And I'm just picking the spot I can, like, drop this without it, like, throwing random weird pixels everywhere. That seems good. Now that I have that, I can do copy paste. Call left arm warp. I can flip it. I can take all the stuff in left arm warp, put it into here, and now when the arm goes down, they both go down. Now I need to add something to the collar and call it the left or top collar arm go down, or left arm up. Yeah, sure. Now it's like 100% just for this side. Because this isn't moving when the shoulder goes down as well, I guess as much. I mean, I can just grab this and go like, so. This one, however, I guess I'm going to just do some distort on it. And drop this a little bit. Pull it in just slightly. Undistort it slightly. I think that works. As per usual, let's just get the physics on there. Arm up. And this is going to go off of... Whoops. Nope, nope. And this is going to go off of body Y, body Z, which is towards camera or away from camera, and angle Y. So body Z is going to be purely angle. So it's going to be 100%. And since I want it to completely override everything, 30 to 30, put in our basic thing in there. Body Y can be 80%, 60%. 60-40 seems good. Going to turn the shakiness down to like 80. Reaction is going to be 0.9. And then we're going to add arm up. Skirt and top is an interesting choice. I see it working. Okay. All right then. So, am I going to do shoulders? Y next? I think I kind of did with having it inbuilt into X, which was half the point. Might as well rig that while I'm in there. Or put the physics in. So this is largely going to be body Y. That's going to be the main angle of it. I'm going to put it as like 80%. And then angle Z can be the last 20 of the angle. And face angle X can be the positional of it. And so because I have it split against two angles, I'm going to put this at 60s. Add this in here. This can be a little more gradual. So I'm going to put it at 80. I'm going to put that at 90. So the reaction time is going there, but it's slower to converge at it. And this can go straight to shoulder X. And what that will do is give it some bounce on the movement because the pendulum swings. Because it's what a pendulum does. Okay. I think I do want to do the hips X, and they might just be an inverse of shoulder X, which is fine. They don't need to be massively different. Sorry, I'm just trying to squish this so that I can look at it properly. Yep, that should be it. Okay. Hip X, or lower body hip X. We'll need to have a compensation on the middle body because that's just, it's what's going to happen. What? Oh, yeah, because the tail. Would it just be the tail? What am I grabbing in here? That's... What? Oh, because the skirt group has the whole... this thing. Oh, it'll be fine for now. If I have to change it, I have to change it. It's just what happens. So, first off, for going X, we should have this, you know... just blatantly move over a little bit. And just tilt a little bit. The leg is probably going to have to move over. Huh. That's strange. I should fix that. Not right now, though. Motion this the other way. And now to middle body for compensation. Middle body hip X compensate. So we move over like this. Very easy. We just put a little bit of rotate here. And then we put a little bit of rotate here. Actually, we can make this 9s. Yeah. We can divvy this up a little bit, and then we could check to make sure that it isn't doing weird stuff with the skirt. Then we fix the legs. And this last bit should make it even. Cool. Okay, let's drop the skirt. And then see what the heck is getting screwed up with the legs. Oops, wrong one. Okay. Always work off the right leg first. I'm going to just call this right leg hip X compensate. I call it compensate because, well, it's compensating. The only reason it's there is because something weird is going on. Can I just do this by being cheap? Just moving it over. Sort of. Might just be all that's needed. We do a little bit of steppies. Okay, cool. Flip it and ship it. Now this one, when we flip, we're going to have to flip the hip X. Okay, so this is left leg hip X compensate. Into there. Whoops. 1 second. That stays there. So nothing went wrong. Okay, copy, paste. Now, I might have been... I did the sin of not putting it into default location. So that looks like it's right. Not sure about that one. I say. There we go. Now, I think I need a little bit more going on, because, like, this is just shuffling. I don't like that. I mean, it could work. So what I think I'm going to have is that the leg tilts out when you go over, like, this way. Or, like, the lower leg. So right lower leg is going to get a right lower leg hip X compensate. Make up all the new terms. So when you go in like this, I'm going to do the same thing that I did before with the normal movement. And go up here and just go tilt out a little bit. You seen this? The foot ain't connected at all. Okay, 1 second. There we go. Right lower... Actually, I should be getting everything in here. There we go. Right lower leg hip X compensate. Okay, so we get out like this. Go into here. We'll put this right at the top of the kneecap. And then we just give like a little bit of a movement. Then we just copy this, put it into the base location, which we can't do immediately because Cubism Live 2D is weird. Okay. Oops, I did the sin of moving stuff while not in default. Okay. We move this up here. We flip it. We flip the hip X. Don't try flipping your hips. You may have problems. Okay, this is the left one. Update the name so I can actually tell. Bomb. Okay, we go in here. Left leg. Then we put this in here. And grab all these. And put them in there. So now it doesn't look so weird. So we got a little bit of movement, and it isn't just stuff sliding around because the human body doesn't like doing that. Like, sure, it could be extended down a little bit, but all we're doing is compensating for the hips moving around, so center of weight looks fine. Okay, put your skirt back on. Now then. Whoops. Hip X. First off, I'm going to have it... Do I just want it driven by inverse body? Sure. Why not? And maybe I can have an inverse of like 10% of shoulder X drive just positional. Just enough for flavor. Okay, convergence of 8.5, just so I can have it feel a little different. And we'll have a shakiness of 8.5. Okay, let's see how you look. It's looking pretty wiggly. I could have it be perfectly, I forget the term, where you have the hips and shoulders, like, move apart from each other. But I think this is working. Okay, now for the last bit of silliness that I always do with these. Let's put in defaults. Is to have the toes actually push up the body. And I am very silly for this one. Foot, middle, body Y. Because I have so many variants going on in this. So I have to make sure I grab all the toes. Foot, middle, body, Y. No, foot, shoe. That should be body, not boy. There we go. Now then. In the other direction. Where are you? There you are. And going up, this will move down like 2 pixels. 1, 2. Well, I guess it'll move down as far as it can move down. Is that anything? Yeah, that's something. Cool. Now this one. I'm just seeing how far I can move it down, and that's a lot. I don't think that... It kind of works because, you know, like the foot is pushing down. I think it's a little too much, though. I'm trying to find where I can reference pixels. Okay. Let's move it up 2 pixels. So it isn't as extreme. Okay, let's push it down 1 more. Cool. Okay, copy these suckers. Paste them. Bring them into leg warp. And flip for justice. Okay, now that they're in here, move them into the left side. Expand the left side first so you can actually see what the heck is going on. Left foot body, left lower leg. Yep, there we go. Now move every zig for justice. Oh, shift, not that. Left foot middle, left shoe middle, left, nope, control. Left. Okay, that goes in here. What the heck is going on with this? That goes in here. And these go down here. And I need to play with this again, so once again, align with bottom. So now we go up. And we push this up. So now we can go down this far and up this far. Down this far, up this far. I'm going to let it thrash a bit, and I'm just going to be quiet as I look and stretch and try to figure out what's going on. What's the best next step? Oh yeah, I should have some ear twitch. Because the whole reason why I broke apart those ears was to have ear twitch. Boo. Now then. Ear twitch for last. Is it time to do the dreaded angles? I think it's time to do the dreaded angles. Give up hope, all ye who enters. Base. Oops. Head. Base, angle, X, Y, tilt. So all I'm doing for this is that I'm moving around and getting the basic, whoops. Sorry, I'm braining a little bit. Okay, let's match these up. So I got all these set up. I'm going to synthesize the corners. I'm going to drag this down one. Then over one. Mirror it across. And then I'm going to get a little bit of the head actually tilting into there. So now, I'm going to move up one. And over one. And mirror this across. Now that I have that, I could do a little bit of tilting. Because I like tilting for some reason. Just a little bit, like maybe 8 or 15 degrees. So like so. There we go. Nice and subtle. So we motion that across. And then we look up. Whoops. Grab the bottom of the neck right here. And just look up a little bit. This side. What I'm trying to avoid is like, it just kind of slides into place. Like that's fine. This feels a bit awkward. So maybe I just specifically on this one have to move it a pixel up. So I think I'm going to just do that and call it a day. So specifically in the middle, you are going to be one more pixel. That look weird? That looks weird. So we're not going to have that. Okay, whatever. It's fine. I'll live. And now that we have all that going on, I mean, technically, very technically, well, I guess it does kind of do that already. Whoops. Yeah. Don't sweat it. Okay, now that we have the basics of that, we can do the face. Because that's the part that's going to move the most, and I can push that over, and I can do all the fun stuff. So let me grab all the face stuff, which will include the eyes, the mouth, not the cap. The cap I have to do on its own. The face dots, the eye fold, the nose, and the eyebrows. And this will be face angle XY tilt. So I need to move this a little bit to fake the 3D. And then I need to slowly squish these back in. Once again, fake the 3D. I'll work with like the face later and extend the chin over, but right now, what we have. And the hair and all that will be working at different, how should I put it? Stuff. Let's pull this down just a little bit. And move it up a little bit. I won't do the warp on the up and down just because I don't think there's enough tilt to justify it. I could get a little bit of under chin, but I forgot to do the back of head. Anyway, emphasize those corners. Still reads. It's the hair that's making everything not look nice. So that said... Front hair, X... Oh, I need the reverse Hoge in there. Almost forgot it. Front hair, angle, XY. So this needs to move about here. This half needs to stretch. And this half needs to contract. Flip across. Next is hair vents and all the accessories. Speaking of which, I should probably put toggles on them. I think I'll stand up in a minute too. Boop boop. Okay. Turn that off. Okay, I'm going to stand up for a minute and just leave that go on. I'll be right back. All right, your ASMR for the week or month. There we go. I think it's looking pretty good so far. Even without having the head tilts for the rest of the stuff, it's not looking so bad. It's rather surprising. Oh, let me turn this off. There we go, to the void. Well, I didn't delete it, so it's not voided yet. Let's give this a save. Okay, let's work with the side vents. These suckers are getting anchor piece positional. I don't want them to deform like the hair. I will tilt them probably, but I don't want them to be like as tilted as the hair. Fish hair piece positional. Okay, cool. We got both of those. We can grab the hair vent as soon as I find it. There we go. I think we should also grab the whisker pieces and the side locks. Hair vent and side lock. And get up to here. Side lock, angle, XY, tilt. Okay. So as per usual, move these over. Oh, wait. I'm missing something. I'm missing these little asymmetrical guys, which I knew were going to be a pain in my butt. Okay, once again, we remake this because I have made a terrible mistake. Unforgivable. Face angle X. Oh, wait, no. Where is it? There you are. Go in that one. Okay, rename it. Hair vent and side lock. Angle XY tilt. So we make that, we throw that in there. We look for the other one that is now empty and get rid of it. We don't confuse ourselves. Once again, other funny jokes you could tell yourself. Where did it go? Side. Oh, okay. I didn't grab those two, that's why. Okay, into the void. Now then, back to this. So it comes over. We're going to pull these over to about here. We're going to stretch this side out. Wait, that's an ear. When did I grab? Oh my god. This is going to drive me nuts. Yeah, I grabbed the wrong one. Is it still contained in there? That's the left side. I guess it's fine. It looks fine. Okay, so we pull this out. And then we grab this edge. I guess this needs to be like 9 divisions. So that I could do this little trick. And just... I think I'll just have to squish in the head a little bit when we get there, because, yeah. That seems a little more saner of a thing to do. Okay, now for this side, we're going to squish it in. Then we're going to squish it in some more. I think this little bit down here I don't want to have squished in as much. We want to have some compensation on it. First off, never do it off when it's not defaulted. Side lock, angle X, compensate. So this comes in. I said, I want to unsquish this a little bit. Maybe unsquish this a little bit. Okay, ship it. I'm going to do the X and Y next. I might have to revisit this in order to copy shape forms across, but it'll be minor. Oh, did I not do the hair front go down enough? I don't think I did. Oops. Wrong one. Where is the front hair? Yeah, I didn't do that yet. My bad. I got distracted. Okay. Just going to drag that up like that. Let's emphasize some corners. And we're good. We're going to have to fix some of the head shape on there, but I can do that after I get this figured out. Okay, I got the hair vents. Let's get the cat ears working, which is partly why I wanted to do this one. These cat ears are kind of a bane to my existence. They kind of always look too flat. Cat ear. Neko Mimi. Angle XY tilt. Okay, so first off, you need to be like an 11 across. I'm going to need to do so much stuff with this. The most basic part. So these get pulled in. And this gets squished and pushed, or this gets pushed back a little. Now what's really going to go on in these okay, we have the basic group here. So first off, right ear, left ear, Okay, we're going to motion mirror it. I'm going to work off the right ear for this. So I'm going to make right ear parallax angle X. Because that's all it's going to care about. So when this goes this way, first off, this looks a little iffy. Maybe I can't do it. Okay, anyway. Just focus on the task now. So when this goes like this is going to go in like 2. We could do it like this. Now that just makes it look like it's not moving. That's not great. What we can do is also squish it a bit. Which looks much better. Could be better, but it's a start. Okay, what part of that is peeking out here? I think it's that. So what we're going to do is take this, pull you up. Everything's fine. It's all hidden, so it doesn't matter. So out of curiosity, if I distort this... Oh wait, nope, that's not the right one. One on this one. So if I... Whoops, I just want the top row. Oh yeah, this is below it. I think that's fine. Anyways. On this side, can I move it a pixel out and it doesn't look weird? If I just do a little of this, does it look too weird? No, not really. Oh, you kind of notice this getting pulled in because of the compensation. Can I just have this section, like, go down here? There we go. It's like nothing ever happened. Okay, so now that we have this, we copy it, we paste it, we flip it. Then we rename it to be left ears. Then I would put the ear tilt or the ear twitching on there properly. So first off, we get the front part into here. Into here, I said. Please, live 2D, don't. As screens get bigger, the 3 pixels you have to put them in get smaller. Alright, do I need anything with head... I guess I do need a little bit of head tilt. So you go down, it comes down, you go back, it squishes back a little bit. Okay, that's a little too fast. Still feels a bit flat. Could I do something with just having right ear parallax Y? When you go back, you see more like in here, like so. I think that works. Copy paste, put it into this one. Flip, we don't need to worry about flipping angle Y. We just need to rename this to left. And drag this up here, please. Thank you. And drag that into there. How does this all work? Okay. Not seeing anything look too wrong. It looks more like her ears are perking up, though. Oh, I think I saw a little bit of oddity going on there. Yeah, a little bit of them poked out under there. There it is. So on the extreme Y up, that angle doesn't matter. Okay, let's go back to this. Yep, there it is. So the cheap way... I guess would be to push this out a little bit. It's supposed to be tilting, not... Whoops. Let's just keep it more subtle. Okay, let's try synthesizing corners. Don't have that anymore. Do we have it on the down? No. Okay, crisis averted. Now then, let's try twin tails. I guess these are more pigtails because they're smaller. Twin tail, face, XY tilt. So we go this way. This sucker is going to basically disappear. So it's going back here. It's shrinking. This sucker, however, is going to move in. Okay, we're going to flip this across. One second. Yeah, this should be showing a little more. Maybe even one more pixel. Just because otherwise it sort of just like doesn't move. Yeah, that's fine. Boop. Okay, this should go up like 1 or 2 pixels. And this should go down like 2 pixels. Synthesize those corners. Mwah. Okay. So all that is left is the back hair and the really back hair. Which I could probably just do in run group. Back hair, tilt, or angle XY tilt. The hoagie is also in there. Yeah, I guess there's still some more to do. So this is going to go the other way. This is going to pop out more. And we mirror this to the other side. There we go. This is going to go up. I guess 1 pixel is fine. And this is going to go down. There we go. Synthesize those corners. I guess maybe on this one it should be pulled in a pixel to the left. Flip across. Flip across. Just so we pretend it's a circle or a sphere that's moving around. Speaking of which, I should probably do the same for the twin tails. Where are you? Pull you in like a pixel. Or a portion of it. Okay, grab you right there. Flip you. Push you in like about a pixel. Just so we can pretend it's round. The up and down weren't too much on there. Okay, I'm just going to watch this for a minute, see if I find anything that's odd. Looking pretty good. Cap needs to follow some stuff, and the Hoge needs to move around a bit. Hair cap might need to move too. Not the cap on the hair, but the actual hair cap that I'm using for top of head. Ears are still a little bit of a problem, but they always are. I think they're a lot better than what I've done in the past, so more work needed. Something I really need to work on. A lot of the tubers like their Nekomimi, or their fox ears. Not too many dog girls. You get an occasional wolf, though. Why does it look like there's... Oh, yeah, because I have those 2 purple pixels there. That's why. Like, what's tearing on that? Okay, let's fix the Ahoge, and then let's fix the hat. Hoagi's going to be a little weird. So let's see. This is basically attached at the middle, so it turns this way. Go a little bit this way. And probably shrink just a tad this way. Going this way. Go this way. I don't think we need to shrink that side. Whoops. Might need to shrink this a little bit. Looks convincing enough. Okay, for the Ys. So this should go down a little bit. However, the majority of it should also, you know, shrink like that. This should go and also do a little bit of shrinking and pull down. I think the top should shrink a bit more. Okay. Yeah, that tilting I don't like. A little too flat. Okay. So let's do this. Ahoge base Y parallax. Sort of is, but isn't really. Here's what's going to go. This sucker is going to shrink down. Like so. This sucker, Ahoge front angle X or angle Y position. is going to follow down, so it's not going to deform. Then back here, this is going to shrink a little bit. And now this side, it's going to go down. But it's also going to tilt up a little down here. I think the tilts are a little too excessive. That can be fixed. Okay. Control Shift. Let's just do it a little bit. And we merge back in. How does that feel? It feels like something happened. Okay, this one. Whoops, wrong one. Oh god, mistakes are made. They'll never be fixed again. Let's just do about half of it. Like right there. Okay. Turn to left. Fine. Turn to right. Fine. Too much still? Feels fine, but I guess like at the angles it just feels like it's whipping around. I mean, we can lessen that. That coming from this? Okay, one second. Let's nuke it on the basic tilts, like this. Does it feel like it's going too much when it's doing this? No. Okay, so it's all on the main one. Cool. I can work with that. So this goes a little bit this way. And this goes a little bit this way. Whoop. And now this goes a little bit down. This also goes a little bit down. And we emphasize those corners. There we go, less jarring all over. Cool. Now for the cap. The cap's going to be interesting. Well, first off, I guess I should do the hair cap. So first off, let's take... So next, let's take off the cap and let's put on a hair cap. Whoops. Nope. Hair cap angle X, Y, tilt. We go this way. We should change like that. Cool. Now for this one, however, you should stretch up a bit, because this is the back of the head. This one should shrink down a little. It's all coming up Millhouse. Okay. Angle XY tilt. This should go a little this way. We could probably just mirror it the other way. I'm going to have this swing in a lot more. But for basic movement, it's alright. Oops. Just a little bit of that shifting. For flavor. Yep, it doesn't look too bad. Okay. Now for the Ys. This is on back of head. It definitely goes down on this. No doubt about it. This goes down. This shrink top a little bit. I think that's fine. Okay, now for the bow. Bow. Angle XY tilt. I put tilt in there so I can find this stuff later. Okay, so this is just going to travel a lot. And it's going to travel a lot back and be squished to utter heck. It's making it look a little flat, though. Because it is flat. So, front bow parallax, angle X. This is going to move in a little bit. We're going to stretch this out. And going back. This part's going to cover this up. Don't like that looking like this, so I'm going to just move this over. Okay, and for X and Y. So this goes down. Thank you for selecting that. This can go down a little bit. This goes up. This can go up a little bit. Seems reasonable. Emphasize some corners. Front ribbon parallax. Probably using the term wrong, but I mean, it is all about things overlapping each other due to perspective forces. Okay, emphasize some corners. Also, I feel like I'm doing more of the angle tilts than her real model does. But I feel like I do that a lot because I focus on it too much. And of course the cap disappears the first thing. Did I do the down stuff? I don't think I did downs on the hair vents. Yeah, they feel like they should be pulled a little bit more. Or at least the top part should be pulled a little bit more. Cool. Okay, let's get to that head. I don't have a backup head to play with because I didn't. Head, angle, X, Y, tilt. Always have a backup head in order to have good fill. But I didn't. Now I'm paying for it. First off, we just have a little extra peeking out because just don't have enough, what do you want to call it? I don't have enough hair cap working there. Okay, and I'm just going to pull this out a little bit for chin. Do I need to do anything for the Ys? I don't think so. That's fine. I think that takes care of that. So does that leave... Oh, these things I should put a little bit on. Anchor... angle X tilt. I think I'm only going to work on that because it doesn't make sense so much for the up and down, and it's just going to look odd if I do it poorly. Whoops. So I can do Alt on this and go whoop. A little bit more. There we go. I'm not going to do it for the other way because, as I said, if I wanted to do it this way, I'd have to make it the full size. Otherwise, I'm just stretching like something at its side to try and give it a front view. That isn't going to work. Fish. Angle X tilt. Okay. Grab this, hit Alt, and go whoop. Even move it a little bit this way to give it some big depth. Honestly, I could just double up and give it an extra pixel. It'd work, but yeah, why? Okay, going to look at the head for moving for like 5 minutes. See if anything feels off. Oh yeah, I need to do the eyebrows going up and down. Yeah, I think it's looking fine. Nothing is jumping out. But you know, the second that I post it in any form, I will see it all look terrible and ugly and question my sanity. Okay. Also, because I've been trying to do this a little bit more, I need to have the mouth and nose move. Excuse me. Mouth X, or angle X tilt. These should move a little bit when, the nose even much more so, which I will exaggerate on it. I want to move this like 2 pixels over. Flip it. Okay. Nose overcompensate. Because we all know anime noses, you have to make sure they're properly moving around. They're not like they're forgotten. Okay, synthesize me them corners. Delicious corner slop. Unironically, delicious corner slop, because this should probably be pulled in like a pixel. Something like that. And it doesn't do that because it doesn't know to. It's just doing averages of averages. There we go. I know there's like 3D stuff in here that's inbuilt, but I haven't looked into it too much. Let's see how this looks without a million little boxes confusing me. Okay, I don't see anything too wrong. I guess we could move on to physics then. So, reset everything to default. So, hair's going to need physics. I don't know about adding the tail doing anything. Skirt needs a little bit of physics. This definitely needs some physics. We have some chest, so we need some chest physics. Mwocha has steam buns. I could do 5 physics again because that's funny. It's going to have a little bit of physics with this. We'll see though. But at the very least, hair gets physics. So, you know what? I'm going to seal this and put it into hair group. Create folder. Hair. It's going to be green. We're going to replicate this. We're going to edit it and call it hair 2. We're going to replicate this, edit, side hair 2. We're going to replicate this, edit, back hair 2. Though mostly that'll be for these ones. The real back hair I might as well just be doing off the 2 because it's not going to fall to gravity. Anyways, we're going to have a hoge. We're going to replicate this. Give it a 2. We can begin. So first off, our most basic front hair 5-1. I'm going to tilt the head and then going to try to match this a little bit. Going to grab like the last half of this. Going to grab a rotate, put it up here. Tilt like this. Then overall just distort it. Cool. Cool. And then we motion that across. Okay, we reset the default. And then for the rest of this, I think they're all going to get their own individual one. Reverse ahoge phi 2. So this is where the fun stuff comes in and you get to twist it and all that. So we can't do it all in one layer. So physics 1 actually goes off of the angle and stuff. Because it's going to be the first one, but the pendulum off of that is not going to care at all. Which is why I have to... where I don't bother with where it's going to be. Anyways, back to this. Front hair angle... or no, phi 2. This one I'm just going to distort. The front hair... the front hair is a bit weird. I guess I can do a little bit of rotation. If I had this more diced up, I probably could do a fancier thing. Like each one of these gets its own little bit... wait. I made a mistake. -1, 0. Now that's at the right spot. Now we can flip it across. And the one thing with this, the physics don't need to be the most extravagant, because they aren't going to stick like that. They can have bad frames, pretty much. Front hair side, phi 2. Like, this one's even more subdued, because this is supposed to be tied up behind her ears, pretty much. So I'm just going to do a little bit of distort. Call it a day. Okay, cool. I guess maybe I will be doing the vents on side. Yeah, let's do that. Grab this. Grab you. Because you're technically connected to this. Hair vent phi 1. Oh, wait. Oh, they're down there, that's why. I got confused. Grab the right one. There we go. Hair vent side lock phi 1. I love how you can't tell when things are at different layers. Okay, let's squish this down. Please, for the love of God, squish. Okay, I could select all of them now, right? Or am I still going to end up grabbing some of this other junk? Is that what I wanted? Okay. Hair vent side lock phi 1. Okay, so once again, this goes over like this. We tilt the head like this. And then we start matching everything to be at that angle. I'm going to grab this. Right about up here. And tilt that a little bit. Grab a little further down here. I don't want to deform that too much, so this is perfect, and I don't have to add more cells to this. Grab this, and tilt that to about there. Okay, do the same over here. I don't want to grab into the hair vent, so I might have to. I think I'll be fine. Put it up here. Tilt like that. And then tilt like that. So now that we have that, we can flip it to the other side. Okay, reset everything, and then work on physics 2. So, hair vent and whisker pieces have to be on the same thing, so do the anchors. Hair vent phi 2. The other ones are going to be on their own special bit. So, boop. Grab all this. And do the rotation spam. Grab all this. Oh, wait. Those aren't in here. Mistakes were made. Get in there. Grab this. Rotate up. I think I might have to put this and give this a few more. Just so I can grab this last bit. Not have it be so awful. Please, thank you. Have this tilt out too. Whoops. I really want a hotkey. Okay, cool. And a little bit of distortion from here on down to taste. Just a little bit. There we go. Flip it across. Happy dance. Okay. Side lock phi 2. So going to grab this. Once again, go into rotation. I didn't select all that. I selected this chunk. There we go. That can go up here. Like so. And like so. And pull that in like so. And the last bit a little bit more. Distortion to taste as per usual. Just to keep... I do it primarily to keep everything from looking like, wow, that's just rotating. If you add a little bit of distort, you don't notice it's just like rotating around. That's it. Because there's two things for your brain to try and keep track of. And unless you know, you don't know. Okay, cool. I guess the pigtails need their own thing. So let's move on to hair back, then I'll do the ahoge and pigtails separately. Then I need to figure out if I'm going to do the ear twitches. It's cute, so I probably will. When all else fails, just make her cute. Nobody cares if it's correct if it looks cute enough. There we go. So this chunk is going to move a lot more. I guess I will phi both of them. Hair, back, phi. No. Let's do it separate, otherwise that's going to be moving too much in sync and I'm not going to like it. Hair, phi, 1, or hair, back, side, phi, 1. The whole point of half of this is to make it look, is to fake some 3D-ness, so whatever you can do is whatever you can do. And because this is on both sides, kind of messes with how the back one will work, so yeah. Okay. Grab this. Okay, cool. Bounce that back. Whoop, there we go. Reset to defaults. Hair, back, side, phi, 2. So, as per usual. Whoops. Grab a little more. Might want to make this bigger. I don't think so. I really need to, but it wouldn't hurt. By bigger, I mean like the deformations. Add more of them. That might be a little too much. Okay, grab this. Push in. Okay, and grab everything for just a little bit of distort. Yes, I am very formulaic, but I've given my reasons as to why it's pretty good. Fluffy hair. Okay, now for the actual back of hair, because that got skipped over in this. Back hair phi 1. Okay, and we rotate the head so that we have an idea. Oops, that's not the head. Okay, and we bounce over to this. And this is mostly going to be on feel, because I can't see anything, but I can see these lines. And when they become basically level, that means you did your job well. There we go. Okay, and flip this. And I'm just going to use distort on the phi 2 because you don't see much at the back of the head. Hair back phi 2. Literally basic full distort. Just tilt it out a little bit. Maybe even have this go up a little. Call it good. Okay, and we're going to add a new one. Twin tail. Twin tail. This cat has 3 tails. Replicate this. Edit it to be twin tail 2. That'd be quad tails. Okay. Twin tail phi 1. You know the drill. Put the 3 dots. Get over here. Tilt the head. Now, this one I think I need to give a lot more across. So I'm going to make this 11. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong way. This should be 11. So I can grab this chunk without it interfering too much with, like, there. Because otherwise it's like I have no real way to grab it. This probably does need to be like 9, though. Okay. We make it 9 by 9. Are you happy? I think you're happy. Okay. Let's grab everything below there. Rotate off of here. So that's the part that's actually binding it up. Probably not that far. Yeah, just a little bit of tilt left. I should have did it the other way. Oh well. Yeah, actually. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to mirror this. And then we're going to rotate it the other way. So I can't see a dang thing behind there. Now that this has been mirrored, I'm basically working on the other side. Once again, it's all bound up here, so any slack will come from here. Oops. However, I am going to also distort the top a little bit. Just to show where it's pulling from. Even just pull that down a little bit. Tilt a little bit more. Okay. And then mirror that across. Cool. Now reset everything and get the physics 2 in there, the fun part. Twin tail phi 2. Grabbing all of this and this bit up here. I want to keep this as still as possible because I was stupid and I did not make that its own layer. So have it go out like this. Have that fling out a little bit. have this last bit curl. And distort this up. So, whoops, I didn't grab that right. And then distort this out. Like so. And also realize you could turn the cap off, Scrib. There you go. Begin the process once again. Okay, going to grab from here. Let that fold in. Have that fold in. Have that go down. Then grab most of this. Little distort to flavor. I don't think I need to do the inner one because you don't see anything. No. This corner one you do see, so. Like so. And flip it. Okay. Last one, which is going to be an utter pain in the butt. Ahoge Phi 1. Honestly, I could just do a stored on top. I'll probably do all I need. Store it like that. Store it like that. Yeah, that sounds right. That is silly that it works so well. Nope, nope. Nope, nope. Abort mission. Okay. So I think this is going to be one of those that I don't get to have it done purely on that. Let's take you out. Phi 1 Ahoge base. Okay. Store it that way. Then we'll reflect it across. And then we will do Ahoge front Phi 1. And we will just do our best to match into this. Okay, you were a little bit more like so. And then the other way. Whoops. See how it looks on the other way. I have rigged this to the Z before. Yeah, I think that looks about fine. It's in a Hoge. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Okay, reset to defaults. A Hoge base phi 2. This is the curling and where everything is going to go horribly wrong. So it's going to curl in this way and curl out the other way. Grab right here. Go. Whoop. Okay, grab the upper half. Rotate down here. And go whoop. Then in the other side, because the Hoges are non-Euclidean entities, we can't mirror it. So we have to do it by hand. That's fine. I'll live. Okay, and now we have that, and we get a Hoge front phi 2. So, first rule of action. Actually, I could just spin this one. Is to rotate this till it's about the same. Bring it down here. Cool. Now I can curl this. A little bit more. Perfect. Then we go the other way. We select the whole thing again. Rotate it till about looks right. That looks about right. Okay, I think I'm probably like a pixel off. Yeah, needs to be a pixel up. There we go. Now once again, grab all this stuff. And finish it up here. I'll do all the physics, and then I'll do the clothing physics and chesticle physics afterwards. But hair physics need to be done right. And maybe I might even add a little bit of ear physics so that they squish a bit, but we'll see. Okay, so we add front hair. This is going to be a head input. Body Z is not involved. Angle Z is 100% of that. We do -30. Let's do 45 actually. Let's have it in there. And then we're going to add short hair. Import. Duplicate this. 0.85. 0.9. Sure, and then we're going to add these two. Yeah. This is why I hit pose, because the rest of them just throws 2 points and it looks so weird. Yeah, that's jiggling a little too much, so I'm going to put that at 0.8. And in 0.85. The rest of the hair makes no sense because it's just going off of random tweens. So we're going to duplicate this. We're going to call it side hair. We're going to have all the same inputs. These are going to be 4. This is going to be... Actually, this should be like... This should be 5. This should be 6. I think I want to have this be converge at about 1. Converge at 0.9. When I change this, this should change both of them. Yes. Looking good so far. Back hair. Now then, this needs to be reflected because the hair on the back is, well, the other way. Going to reduce these a bit. So that's for these side ones and for the stuff back there. I think I need to have a little more jiggle on them. So 0.85, 0.9. Yeah, that was a proper solution. Cool. Okay. Nope, I want to duplicate this. Twin tail. So these are going to be short. So this is going to be 3. This is going to be 3. They aren't going to be reversed. I think the reaction time on this is going to be fast, but the convergence isn't going to be as fast. So we want them to float around a little bit. Okay. Boop. Boop. Okay, maybe not as jiggly. .85. 0.5. Okay, I think that's good. Now for the ahoge, which is going to be a utter mess, and I'm just going to jack everything up. Okay, let's throw you on the ahoge. You are a 4.5. You are a 6. You are 0.9. You are 0.9. Your reaction time is 9. Your reaction time is even longer. Okay, let's see how bad this is. Oh, wait. Nope. Whoops. Mistakes were made. Uncalculable mistakes. There we go. Everything's a little wiggly to my taste, but I think it's fine with actual people running it. Oh yeah, I need to do the eyebrows. So hard to do the eyebrows. I could spend hours working on these. Yeah, I'll just do it straight on the art mesh. I mean, it's going to take forever to do anyways. Alright. Let's have it go down like 2 pixels. Have it go up like 3. And we're good. Okay. Change that over to the other one. Phew, those just take forever. Okay. Just take a look at this, see how it looks. Okay, cool. Excuse me. So, let's get a little bit of chess physics in here. Is there anything else on here? That needs to move. That needs to move. That needs to move. Okay. Clothing chest Y. Because I'm a very silly person and I put these in X and Y's. You know what? I could just do it in full thing. I'll tween the corners. It'll be fine. Okay, so chest go down. Grab this. Oh, I need the collar too. This is big enough. It should take in the collar just fine. I also... Oh, I do have that in there already. Oh, I'll have to do that. Okay, let's take you out. There we go. We'll make you 7 by 7 because I'm going to need some extra in there. Chest, clothing chest Y. Now then. So grab the pork buns and have them go down a little bit. Actually, you know what? Control-Shift-Copy, paste into there. You two need to be on a point. Ribbon positional. You could be right there. Grab that again. Make the pork buns bounce. Just enough to... I don't like how the... Just enough to say that they're doing something. A little down. And a little up. Okay, cool. A little to the left. A little to the right. I think that works out. Subsize some corners. And now for the actual one that's going to take some work. Where's the top? There's the top. Oops. Nope. I want this one. Body top. Chest 5. Key. Chest X. I can't have it go... Oh, I need to make this a lot bigger. 9 by 9 should be fine. I can't go too hog wild because I can't go over the clothing. But I can definitely exaggerate going up and down. Whoops. That's not good. Okay. Oop. Pull in a little bit. Okay. Whoops. That's not what I wanted. As per usual, it's utter pain to select these right. Okay, it's a little more on the inside. There we go. I didn't want that much. Okay, grab those two. Grab those two. A little bit. Emphasize corners. Now then, the real check is because I have the top on. Does anything peek out at any point? Nope. Seems rather self-contained. Okay. Chest X. We have an bust input, and then we have bust small. We don't need the... how about shoulder X? Or... I didn't end up using the Y, but that should be fine. I'll put chest X. Boop. Chest Y. And this is just going to be off body Y. Keep it simple. 100%. Small on there too. Okay, let's just see how this works. Of course, it just switches back off the second I... Okay, we're doing this the hard way. Top off. Is there any jiggle whatsoever? Okay, reset to default. It might be just hard because of that, so... Yeah, it's there. Okay, it needs to be reversed for this. Or not. Okay. So the only thing left is to add physics for the skirt, and physics for the jacket, and a little bit of physics for the bow. I think we're good. So I'm going to add a new one because there's too much already. First off, I'm going to add bow, cap, bow, physics, cap, bow, physics. I'm going to make that. I'm going to create a new folder. Great. Okay, whatever. Clothing. Move you onto that. Change you to be, I guess, blue. Blue's fine. Okay, I'm going to make this in 2 parts. So, cap, bow, or front 5. Only 1, so I need to only worry about 1. So I want this to travel in a little bit. And then I want this to shrink in. And this to move a little more. And then going out, I want this to just pull a little bit, and I can have like this move just so it's not so symmetrical. Cool. And for the back one, cap, bow, back 5. It's basically going to be the same thing, but less extreme. So going this way, just going to move it a little bit, not as much. And for this, we're actually going to pull it back because it's being swung around the head. Like so. And these are both going to twist and turn a bit. Whoops, wrong button. Ribbon, cap, ribbon 5. So going this way means that these are twisting outwards. Or no, that these are twisting inwards. Just a real simple little rotate. Right about here. Cool. Cool. And for the back, ribbon back, ribbon cap, ribbon back 5. Same sort of deal. Grab that. Cool. Cap phi. I might as well just go off the same one. Just a little bit of distort. I'll call it a day. Just anything to keep it feeling like a ping. A PNG. Blouse ribbon phi. Oh, blouse ribbon. Yeah, just call it phi. Nobody cares. This is probably actually going to be derived from the main outfit physics that I'm going to be doing in a second. Blouse ribbon phi. A little bit of swing. I'm going to go into here and tweak that individually, but for the first part, that's pretty good. Blouse ribbon. Ribbon. Phi. So grab this chunk. Grab that down here. Actually, grab a little bit of that. Whoops, I did it wrong. Nope, that's not it. -1. That becomes that. Okay, cool. And distort this a little up. Distort this a little down. Okay, and we're going to add one called blouse phi. Blouse phi. I'm sure it's not a blouse, but I'm not versed enough. Okay. Blouse phi. And basically it's just going to be grab all of the middle, scoot it over a little bit, grab all the middle and bottom, and then distort it just a tiny bit. I did not hit the buttons. Okay, once again, grab all this from the bottom, scooch it over a little bit, grab all the bottom. I guess I can rotate it. Just a little bit of this. And I didn't put it in the right spot, but I can adjust this so this becomes -1. That becomes 0. We motion mirror it across. Just enough for flavor. I don't think I'll do anything on there. I just not feeling it today. Now I realize I can't actually do the pleats how I want to do them, but I can do a little bit of skirt. Skirt 5. Skirt 5. Whoops, I missed some of them. Skirt 5. Okay. First off, as with the last one, move it a little bit this way. Then we're just going to do a tiny bit of distort. And a tiny bit more over here. Actually, I think I'd be better off just grabbing these and just... Yeah, pretty much. Oh, yeah. You don't distort like that. Let me just put a pin on you. Keep you from being weird. You can kind of be like right here. Skirt waist 5. Whoop. Okay, just a little bit, that's all I want. This sucker. Yeah, I'm going to do it. Bobber 5. Bobber 5. Chain distort bobber 5. So this is going to start like this, and then it's going to be shrunk up a little bit like this. Then we're going to mirror it. Actually, I think I'm going to move it a little bit more. And then a little bit more. Then I'm going to just move this ever so slightly. But anyways. Bobber 5. And I'm just going to motion mirror this so that I could take this and go whop. Okay, pull it down a little bit. Pull it out a little bit more. Okay, cool. Now for this. Chain. Bobber 5. Ugh, not what I wanted. There we go. Okay. And I don't think I'm going to do thigh physics because I'm just it's almost at 5 hours. I knew I was going to do this to myself. Anyways, cap physics. This is going to be head input. This is going to be clothing heavy. We're going to toss this out. I don't think I need Z's. I don't need Z's. So just those two. Add. We're going to add cap physics, which is just the bow physics. Then we're going to add blouse physics, which I guess is body input, and we'll use clothing heavy. Not body Z. And your positional, yeah, there, you're fine. I'm going to duplicate this, drag it down to like 0.85. And the output is going to be blouse and blouse ribbon. Blouse phi. And we're going to add skirt phi, which is powered by HipX, which is always funny to me. I think we're going to do it with light. I don't think it's going to make much of a difference. Okay. Bobber phi. It's pretty much going to be a duplicate of this, except I'm going to use a little more shaky physics. Where's hip? There's hip. Okay, so we, import this. Convergence is at a 0.9. React time is at a 0.8. That's 100%. Output is bobber. How does it all look? I don't think I put a toggle on the bobber stuff yet either. So I should do that. Let's look at the ribbon stuff first. Yeah, it's doing the jiggles. I've seen it move a little bit, and that's like all I need. Jacket is moving. The bow is moving. Skirt is moving. So is the stuff down there. Oh. What is that? What was that? So we have Y go down. We're having some Z fighting. Hmm. Lower left leg tights. You are going to mask against... Well, reverse mask. Against the upper... Well, the upper leg in general. Actually, thank you for just jumping straight out of there. That really helps me. I wanted to grab both these two. And have them mask against... upper leg stuff. I suppose I only need to have them go against, like, the tights, because it won't matter, because they're just flipping between things. I'm not, like, throwing them into orbit. Okay, and we do a reverse mask. There we go. It's a little weird. But it's always going to be a little bit weird with this stuff. But that's still better than what it was. Okay, let's watch this again, see if anything weird happens, and possibly might need to mess with... Yeah, we need to play a little with that shade. Yeah, that's a simple one. So let's go to defaults. Find you. Inner leg shade dip. So I put this on body Y. And when this happens, this needs to shrink up a bit. Or at least become a little less. Because it's looking a bit weird. Does any weirdness happen with hip X going on? Yeah, that's weird. Okay. So, you need to be double faceted. Okay, can I reflect you? I think I just need to distort the heck out of thing on this side. Okay, and let's synthesize some corners. Show the only... Whoops, wrong button. This button. Right here. So I can do this. Oh, it won't let me. So we have this dip down. You know what? No, actually, Alright, doing it all by hand because this is a wacky little bit. Let's just do that. Cool. Let's just do that. Cool. That looks fine. That does not. Cool. I think I'm just going to squish this just for consistency. That looks fine. That looks fine. Whoops. I didn't want that. It really just yeeted me off that. Okay. I'm pulling this back a little bit so it doesn't like look so bad when it goes back to that. Like that transition to that kind of works. And I think this needs to squish a little more on this side. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. This is being more of a headache than expected. No, I need to pull this back to keep it consistent. Now this is the stuff the actual riggers do and sit around for hours looking at. So I'm basically just checking 9 different keyframes and how they transition into each other. Let me save. Oh yeah, ear twitch. I might as well. Actually, how am I going to do that if I'm doing all this stuff to it for the... No, I guess I could do it like right here. Or I make it very slight. Ear, twitch, ear, twitch. So the default is no... Whoops. No, go away. This is a 0 to 1 situation. I said 0 to 1. Just a little bit to say you did it. Okay. Copy, paste. Bring it into Nekomimi-moto. Why won't you just leave that? There we go. And we are on defaults. Okay, cool. Flip it. Don't need to do that. Left ear twitch. Bring that in underneath left ear. Or no, bring it up here. Then put left ear in there. Okay. Add it to physics. Ear twitch. We're going to add eye inputs of open. Put them both at 50. And then we're just going to add a generic one of these. Reaction time 0.9. Convergence time 0.8. Shakiness of 0.8. Output add ear twitch, and let's just go up here and let it thrash for a bit. Okay, they're very subtle. I like them like that. Could possibly just move the cap up wholesale. One second. I could just check on her model. Yeah, the cap's up a lot more. Cap position. Yeah, because it looks like it's... Whoops. Cap position. Hopefully this doesn't ruin everything. Actually, I think it does. Crap. So if I just full on grab every single texture of this. I don't have enough head to work with. Never mind. I think this is just going to be the best we get it. This is a little scuffed, though I don't have enough head to work with. That was a mistake on my part. I could fix it, but it'd be like a couple hours. Should have had a little more back of head in order to move that up with. Or at the very least, I could have slanted these more so that it doesn't look like it's stopping. Otherwise, I think it looks pretty good. Tail could have had a bit more work, but I fought my battle there. Yep, okay. Well, thank you very much for joining. I'm going to call this a day. I'll see you next week. Maybe I'll be rigging, maybe I won't be. Either way, have a good time today.